Okay. Good morning. Plenty to do today. So, the plan right now is we're going to check over some of the experiments, which I think have some mixed results. We're going to queue up some new experiments. And then I think I'm just going to port a model, probably MinGru because it's easy, to C++, just so we can see some of the speeds that we can get. And then we'll go from there. That's the plan for now. So overnight, we did quite a few experiments. So we have, this is still a prototype, right? It's on all cache. So this is, okay, so for MinGru, I would like to fix this score thing. This kind of bothers me that this doesn't work. Like, these numbers are all messed up, obviously, right? Is there a good way to do this? Label. Seems so weird. %.2e. I messed this up. Oh, 2e, 2f. Hello, welcome, Opus. Still doesn't fix it. Oh, because it's this one, right? What's this? Percent? Precision. FBR. What is this? Like, why is it like this? Like, is this just not getting used? There it is. Okay, so this is 800 at least. Well, wait, 8 plus E2. No. What the hell is wrong with this? Hey, mechanics. Whoops. We are going to analyze some results from the overnight experiments. We're going to launch some new ones, and we're going to implement a new net into the C code, and we're probably, or the C++ code, and we're probably going to see if we can get stuff to go really, really fast. That is the general idea. Okay. Okay, so these are some numbers. So why is it being so stupid? Okay. Does it need the null byte? What I screwed up? Hello, Yassine. Hang on. Let me see what you're doing. This out of the way. Would it be worthwhile committing my own GPU driver? Same interface as multiprocessing. And oh, we have an example on this, man. So, this is one of the things that I'm considering doing with 4.0. I'm not sure I'm going to do it, but if I do it, I'm going to do it very well. I have like a really cool idea for letting you run the exact same env code in C and in CUDA. Let me show you. We actually have this working in 4.0 for like one very dumb environment. Let me show you. It's not basically the same at all. It's actually much simpler. Presuming that you're not doing double buffering, which makes a lot less sense than it does on CPU. Hey, Will. Okay, so we have PufferLib CPP, right? And then look how simple the rollout loop is here. So this is the whole rollout loop. Yeah, the code is running in C and CUDA. Oh yeah, there's code running in C and CUDA. Yeah. So it is basically the same. I don't think there's a good thing that exists for this yet. But if it does, if it doesn't and I make it, it's going to be called Barracuda. So here's the step environments in CUDA function, right? And the way that this works. Yeah, exactly right. It's worth doing just for the name. So here you go. So here's the logs in CUDA. Here's the bindings that launch the kernels. Right here's creating the envs. And then this is all exactly the same as the C, except it's curand instead of rand. and you also have these device tags. So I'm trying to think of the like least disgusting way to make this just reuse the same code. But you can see it's like pretty much identical. So if you want like an example to hack on, you can work on this. It's going to be way more stable in about a week. Depends how fast I do it. Hey, Carlos. So today I'm going to be looking at, I have about 1,000 experiments results from overnight. And I'm going to look at the Mamba results. I'm going to look at the Mingru results. And hopefully we're going to make some decisions about what to do with nets going forward, or at least launch some more experiments and then not be blocked for the rest of the day. Probably like implement one of these networks at least so I get some of the perf comparisons, see if I can hit 10 mil steps per second, that kind of a thing. I got to do an article at some point to like keep the growth going, but I don't know, I'm kind of focused on the tech right now. It's been awesome the last couple weeks. We are at 4,100 stars on the Puffer. Puffer is being well fed. All right, what was I doing here? I was trying to figure out why the heck my my rendering is totally screwed up. Yes, thank you. I do appreciate that. It helps me quite a bit because I just get to spend less time on advertising and more time actually doing this stuff. You know, right now we've got a couple main clients right now with one thing like lined up coming forward, and I get to spend a pretty minimal portion of the time on that, and I mostly get to do dev, which is good. How many steps it take? Depends on the env. By default, though, we'll try something between 50 and 200 million steps. Some of them are much harder and go billions or tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Not many go hundreds of billions. Thanks for free consultation and code. Yeah, I mean, it's, open source is pretty great, right? It's kind of cool how I can just, like, do all this and genuinely just push the field forward and not completely screw myself out of the ability to also monetize portions of it in a way that, like, literally nobody's mad about. Which is kind of cool. PufferLib's a wrapper. It is not just a wrapper library for environment processing. Puffer does much, much more than that these days. Pretty much a comprehensive effort to fix the whole field. So we do our own environments, we do our own algorithms, we do our own training implementations, we do our own infrastructure, we kind of do everything. And we run more experiments than I'm pretty sure any other lab at this point. Maybe Google has some internal stuff, but they'll always tell you they do even if they don't. I think other than that, we run more RL experiments than anyone else. Right up to 20 mil. Yeah, but you can't just like push batches that high, right? Because like there's only so much variance in the gradients. You actually need to optimize more than just super high batch. Total volume of experiments. Yeah, exactly. You just get reps in. But that's going up in the next update, right? That's going way up in the next update. You know, the stuff I have in beta right now, you can do pretty decent like 1,200 experiment, like one multi GPU node sweeps overnight, and this is before all the perf optimizations have landed. So it's going to be like thousands of experiments per node per day. Time per step varies. If your env is slow, then yes. Otherwise, then it mostly varies on the size of the network and the architecture. Does this work? Why is it like this, man? Nope. Oh yeah, this? You haven't seen anything yet, man. Here, I'll show you real quick. There's still some bugs in it. Ingrew. Alright, there you go. This is what I'm working on for the next update. We're gonna have the best visualizations in RL. You're gonna be able to check any env you like. Let me bring this over. Any env that you like. You know, you can just get whatever. You can do learning rate. You can just like graph whatever 3D. You have the same in 2D. You know, you have like whatever you like here. You've got T-Sneeze. You actually can like, you've got tooltips on everything. You've got filters on stuff. No, 0.75. Got all sorts of filters on stuff. And it's all in C. So this is going to be on the website. And it's just going to load like 2 megs of static data. And then you're going to be able to play with the biggest data set ever released of RL experiments in your browser. That's going to be fun. You told me, man? Oops. Who that? Oh, the old graphing stuff, dude. I was just prototyping it. All our stuff's in PufferLib. It's kind of funny to me how he got a bunch of these gold sponsors since he put these up. I kept telling him to put these on the site. Now he has. Now he gets... Is he doing better now? Let's see. Where's the sponsor button? I want to see if he's doing better. This doesn't seem right unless he lost some sponsors. I thought I got him over 1,000 with my edition. Am I on there? Yeah, I'm on there. That's weird. Oh, it doesn't show because I'm not logged in. And that guy needs to get a lot more recognition for his project. PufferLib is so good. How much does platinum? He doesn't have a platinum. Oh yeah, he does. Wait. Yeah, plat. I mean, he didn't put a price. I asked him, like, what's your best individual sponsor? And he said, like, $25. So I said, okay, let me just 10x that. I think I give him, like, $250 a month or something, if I recall. I'd have to check. I don't know. I really didn't think about it as like an ROI thing. More than anything, I was just like, dude, what the fuck? Why are you not getting anything on this project? Like, I get way more out of it than that. Here, have at least something. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just the sponsor slot, right? Like, I don't like ask him for anything custom or anything. Basically, just here's some money, put a puffer on the site. Yeah, exactly, right? And spend more time developing. And groceries for whatever are on me. Like, can I see what's wrong with this thing? I'm trying to figure out why this is not rendering the tags correctly. Because I'm trying to use this for my new my new viz. And it's like doing this weird dumb shit here. It's like cropping it to a fixed number of characters, which should tell me what the bug is. This... Why would it be that? Oh. Probably this crap, right? Can you not just do this? Apparently not. Yeah, Raylib is very, very simple. It's what we use for all our projects, man. So if you're looking at like all the rendering that we're doing, it's all in Raylib. Really easy to get into. Seeing if I'm going crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your earlier thing on this. Do you ever think about implementing rollout monitoring, or does that already exist? So if you mean like watching it live, I could do it locally. I do have like there are labs that use our stuff and do this with Wandabe or whatever. You tend to accumulate an utterly stupid amount of data very quickly, though. I've actually kind of been doing the opposite, where instead of integrating shit with like these stupid slow providers that can't handle any data anyways, so Constellation just saves each experiment to a very small JSON, and then there's just like a post process that you can use to compress it even more, and then you just load up one super small JSON into everything, and we kind of just give you like a bunch of metrics, and if you want to do like if you want to monitor checkpoints, basically you would just do load model path on a specific checkpoint and watch what's happening. If I combine that with like the virtual frame buffer and the GIF saving stuff, then you can probably get that to do headless as well, headless rollout monitoring. I did this for NYU recently, so NYU has a script for this. I didn't integrate it into Puffer. I did give it to Drive though. Hang on. I'd actually take a PR to get this into our like Python bindings for the CMs if I could do it. Drive. Where is it? Puffer Drive Git. They merge a lot of stuff. Renders agent behavior. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's one of these. But you were asking about something else. That's what I'm doing for monitoring the graphs. I meant something that renders the agent behavior, storing every obs and say every any epochs. It's just a ton of data, man. I guess like yeah, the thing is you don't render from obs, right? You render from state. You'd have to save video for it instead of doing a trace. That's basically the same as doing checkpoints, but instead you'd be like saving a video over training. It would be cool, I agree. It would be really cool. It probably would get some attention as well. It's kind of... I just kind of haven't bothered because it's such a pain to have that in. It is probably a good idea, though. Yeah, your obs are pixels. See, I'd have to have an nvinraylib that has the headless rendering and has a fallback so it doesn't fucking break when you don't have a virtual frame buffer or whatever, because Raylib doesn't have doesn't do native true headless. I'd have to also make sure there's not perf overhead. There's like a ton of shit I'd have to actually do for that to make it work nicely. White lines. Oh yeah, so this is kind of the cool thing with Constellation. So we're looking for runs that have similar hyperparameters that do well on a ton of different envs. So like the idea here is like, hey, here's this point. This is probably breakout or whatever. You can see it for sure if you click like here. This one is breakout, right? So this is probably breakout. And then if you go over here, this is 2048. Over there, it's like there, Pong. And then these are runs with similar hypers that also do very well. Or do approximately as well. You can kind of like get stable hyperparameter regions. And you get constellations. Puffer constellation. I don't know. I was like, I don't know. I got a couple sources of inspiration for this thing aesthetically. It also turns out that it's really, really nice to be somewhere that doesn't have light pollution. Like, the sky is actually kind of awesome. We sort of forget that because, like, there's freaking light pollution almost everywhere now, but it's actually really freaking awesome. Like, you forget something as simple as that. Okay, so this is getting correct. Okay. That's weird. Just rendering wrong? Like, is it just getting straight cut off? Let's see. Left margin. How the heck is this not running? This is figure 2, right? Ah. Probably just this. Yeah, there you go. And now I can stop going absolutely insane over this. And now we can do... Oh, yeah. We can get like this. 2048. Cool. So now we can see the score that we were getting on 2048, right? And the cost. We can see this looks good, but this is the old version of the game. And we have this nice curve up to 26 or whatever, 100. which is actually perf normalized to 1. Okay? And we can just go min grew. So we notice that everything is at max cost. Variety of steps, a little bit, but everything is at max cost. And we really are not doing very well at all. That's like no learning. Pretty sure. So something is wrong. And I think Mamba is the same. Yeah, Mamba is even worse, and less data for this. Something's just broken. Now I did just go run something on LSTM default. Let's see. Go find which box I ran this on. $120 experiments. Okay. I can probably copy this, right? Okay, and now we get this here. And now I can just... the default. Okay. We are. Yo, where are my data points? Yeah, where are my data points, huh? They're not rendering. Rendering over here for some reason. Doesn't look good either way. Something's definitely broken. It's definitely broken. Cool, I guess. So we gotta go figure out what's broken, launch some new experiments, unbreak things. Tired. Oh my gosh. Can't set me up like that. You just cannot set me up like that. Alright, so let's go to... Let me just try going on... Where's this box? Yeah, this box is good. I guess there are a few different possibilities, right? Possible there's something broken with the sweep. I mean, it's possible... A whole bunch of things are possible, really. Done. Okay, cool. Let's not get distracted. I'm a little tired, but let's keep on point here. We just train. Nope. Did you remove your Vin config? No, it's still there. If you wanted, it's at, right here. Pretty basic, honestly. The only real indulgence I allowed myself with that thing was making a fancy color scheme. I actually do think that was worth it. I stare at it all day. Nice to have something that I like looking at. You know? So we're suddenly at 4 million steps per second somehow. So it's not full solving. Use those. We really don't need the VRAM though. Tree sitter instead of Sakura. One less plugin. Wait, how? The only thing in here is there's no Sakura. What are you talking about? I just have these two. I have Mamba Mingru and our LSTM nets. So the fast one is actually, funny enough, it's just our LSTM. Semshi. Yeah, so Semshi I only really have for extra Python highlights. I don't need it that badly though. I could probably just like, you know, string replace or string color self and like a couple other keywords and it would be fine. I honestly am sick of writing Python as well. I just want to write less Python in general. Be happier. Okay, so I want to understand how the hell this isn't faster. Probably just because we don't have a kernel for the scan yet, right? Yeah, it's gotta just be that. Okay, but this feels pretty stable, so why is it not sweeping correctly? If I just go to... Oh, well, this is an utterly insane number of M's. Check one message. Well, this is super fast, but, this is supposed to be Kyung's config for solving shit. Maybe something is wrong. We'll find out quickly enough. I do remember being able to solve this, though, like to get something decent within 300 seconds. 5 minutes. So I'm not that far off. Hello, Savarsh. Or Sarvesh, my bad. Too much office work last 2 days. Last couple days, I've been working on implementing and testing Mingru and Mamba as alternative core architectures, and just having a little bit of trouble with some of the experiments now. I have them both implemented. I got a clean merge into 4.0, and the goal is going to be to get at least one of these implemented into C today, so we can start optimizing. I want to get up to 10 mil steps a second. This like 6.7 in Python is kind of nuts, but this is like with just a stupid number of environments. I don't expect most problems to work on this. And also something is just screwy with this config as well. So I just want to see if it's something wrong with the env or if it's wrong with my setup. Just get some coffee while this is going on. Do a couple sets. Be right back. All wrapped up because I'm all sore. Okay, believe it or not, I actually feel noticeably better just from that. What is this? Huh. Parmesan. Guy's funny. Well, the coffee feels better, yeah. But also the exercise. Today I'm just doing a little circuit of weighted pull-ups, Smith barbell rows, and what the heck? What's the other row? Mid rows, yeah. There you go. Get some back training in. Need to have a strong back to bear the weight of this bullshit field. Alright, so this actually only gets 822. Interesting. Will China win if we sit around doing nothing? Sure. Would be pretty embarrassing. Well, this is now a 15-minute sweep or run. Let me go see Kyung sweep results. I really don't care what's happening with the LLM space stuff. Just a big rat race. There's more interesting stuff to do. Where's the thread? Where's the dang sweep thread? In Discord, man. There we are. It's this. Okay, so this is what we're supposed to have on G2048. Oh man. Can you get to the bottom of this? We'll see if I can repro 2048 locally. And okay, we have 2048 training now. 4 mil. Not bad. We got both of these. This one is not doing well. Yeah, so there's definitely something broken between these two. So let's fix that and then we should be good. I think that's what it is. I just broke something in the port. Probably the optimizer, realistically. I'll just have to bring heavy ball back. Temporarily. Shouldn't be that hard. Be my guess at least. I don't know what else it would be. Okay, this is probably what we need as well. Oh yeah, this is already better. Yeah, so if this works, then we'll just know it's optimizer, and we will proceed from here. So, here, let's see. Plan for the rest of today, right? I actually can start. I can actually start on cool eng while I'm waiting for stuff like this. No problem. No need to waste time. All right. Like this. Yeah, so we want heavy ball back for now. How to Jess. Little bug with my integration here. We're gonna make 4-row nice and stable. We're running experiments. We're gonna decide between Mamba, Mingru, and LSTMs. And we're gonna make everything fast. The plan. Okay. Let's comment this, and then we're gonna do... So just to show you, 3,800. Hello, Tariq. You got the changes? I don't see him in chat. You can also put it on the Discord. Do this and we'll fix it. I don't know why I didn't do this way to start with. I haven't ported stuff in a while. Hmm. That's weird. This is very weird, but okay. Let me think how I can quickly... Thank you. Hmm. So this is weird. Did better than before, but not as well as I was expecting. I mean, it's kind of weird to put like a 3-line setup change on that. Though I assume you're joking. Obviously, I can't stop you from doing that. Yeah, hey Kyung. So, at least a decent chunk of it was the optimizer. I had the optimizer screwed up, but it's still not working the same way in 4.0 and 3.0. So I'm wondering if there's like some env params or if I've just broken something. Well, I thought it was a problem with the sweep, but then I went and I swapped the optimizer because I tried to use Torch's version of Muon and it just didn't work. I put heavy ball back, and now I've got on 3.0, I've got 3840 as the score from the default, and here I've got 1920. No, I'm using 2048 since you said it was a good test env. I'm trying to think what else this could be. I did mess with the scheduler a little bit, but it should be the same. Use Tetris. Well, I don't know if it's... I just went and I got different scores on 3.0 and 4.0, and I merged it pretty recently. So presumably that's not expected. Or is it really volatile? I guess I can try Tetris as well. Tetris fast? No, not at all fast. Yeah, so I know you changed the perf access, but I basically merged in like a pretty recent 3.0 into 4.0. I'm trying to figure out what I could have screwed up. I thought that you'd broken something before with it, but I don't think you actually have. I think I messed something up with the new version. I'm not positive. Because, like, I've got this huge 3.0 to 4.0 thing. I'm trying to think if there are, like, any hypers or any, like, settings that could have been different. $65K is pretty awesome. I mean, to give you an idea of what I'm trying to do, I just need to have... I need to have a couple clean M's where, we can compare different architectures. I mean, this is at least training correctly now, right? I'm not gonna wait for this whole thing. Okay, breakout optimizes now. I tried using Torch's Muon and it like wasn't anywhere near as good. So I might have it configured differently. $20.48 harder than Tetris. But doesn't Tetris have like a way spikier learn curve? Or is that like changed now? Yeah, I mean, Breakout learns out of the box at least now. We'll also see how our mazes stack up. And this Mingru needs like 3 layers, right? See. Yeah, 1 layer I don't think is gonna cut it. It's just closer to the model size. Let's see what you've linked me. Ooh, holy. That's cool. Okay, so I mean, this is useful, Kyung, but they're two different types of baselines here. Like, how did you get this set of params? Like, did you run a sweep and then run the result for longer? Or do you have it so that your sweeps can actually launch jobs that are this long? Both? Okay. So, do you have like a max runtime? Because I remember I put a max runtime for all the experiments. Do you have that, or do you have something else? I get parameters but run it again. Okay. But you do actually get it. It runs for that long in the sweep, and you run it again to confirm. Okay, well then that's definitely what I want to have set up. Because I need to do that exact thing now. Um, so I have a bunch of GPUs spare, and I want to get reasonable sweeps of the default to make sure I haven't broken anything in 4.0. Duh. Mamba and Mingru. So, I mean, if we can get like, say we do Breakout, 2048, and Tetris, I think that's already going to give me a lot of confidence. And that's what? That's 9 GPUs worth of experiments. So we can totally do that, right? Getting 2048 in order. Okay. Well, we don't have to launch that right yet. If I just need to get something, because I'd like the... So basically, the quicker I have an indicator that I'm, like, mostly sure of, the better. Because I'd like to at least know before I spend a huge amount of time optimizing C++ like C++ implementations. I'd like to have a good idea of which architecture we're going to ship in 4.0. I guess I can technically support all the backends, but like some of them are pretty complicated and they all need custom kernels now for the level of perf we're targeting in 4.0. So it's actually like a fair bit of work. Even when I have a couple kernels that I can just use existing for these, but it's still going to be a fair bit of work. So like my goal here, to give you an idea, Kyung, for this week, I'm trying to replace the LSTM cell with something that I can get to run faster because it won't have the parallelization constraints. And the two candidates are Mamba and Mingru. I have them both implemented. They're both like reasonable. They're both stable enough. And yeah, we just need to have some comprehensive checks on them now at this point. There shouldn't be, Tariq. I have 0 dropped frames right now. You can try Twitch. Bigger default. Yeah, so Tetris is good. I have it pretty simple to run the sweeps as well now. Are you still doing like single GPU sweeps on all these, or are you using our multi-GPU sweeps yet? Custom deeper nets. Ah, I see. When you say custom deeper nets, did you mess with the encoder or did you mess with the LSTM? Because we could also just do deeper LSTM. Single. Okay. Well, you've been doing some good work on this. That's for sure. So let's try then, in that case. We can mess with Tetris. If you're doing architecture work as well, like, that's really cool, and I'm going to want to see some of that stuff. Because ideally, we're just going to have the network size be part of the sweeps going forward, right? We already do that on Hidden Dim. And I can now do it on layers and stuff as well. And then my job's going to be getting all this stuff into C++. think this is good enough to run a Tetris sweep at least. Yeah. Here, I'll show you what I have for this then. Pretty much just this. These extra params. We'll put them in the defaults if we end up keeping them, obviously. Deeper nets seem to work well for harder problems like PHC. Kyung, I don't trust that repo at all. And I don't mean your code, I mean like the original shit that's in that. I just don't trust anything from there. Because I've tested deeper nets like so many times, and it doesn't seem like it's always just a clear win. It seems like there's something to it, but it's not just like a clear, easy thing to do. You know? Okay, so we do something like this, right? For Tetris. Fenton. See what you did. Where? Oh, the net. The .h net. Oh, you just did a big stack. Hmm. If this works, dude, something is fucked up. Like, this doesn't even have skip connects or anything. Well, you keep doing this and we will test this against some other stuff. Because, like, I'd be interested to see, like, does this do better than just using 2 or 3 LSTM layers? Because we can do that as well. Param-wise is comparable to 2... This is comparable to 256. Really? Oh, because you kept this 128. Our LSTM is single layer, but we can do multi-layer. Keep in mind, single layer solved Dota, but we can do multi-layer. I added it yesterday. It wasn't any big deal. I took it out like before because like nobody was using it and it didn't seem to help, but maybe now it does. For Mingru, you need multi-layer. Because Mingru is a weaker network architecture. You need to stack it a little bit. Yeah. So you do G2048. That'll be a good one. And then, do you have a cutoff in here? Like, is this correct here? Like, to have a 300-second cutoff like this? I can use this for sweeps if this is good. $3,600, and then this doesn't, like... How do these experiments not take absolutely forever? It doesn't just launch, like, crappy experiments? You have, like, the pruning in or whatever? It begins with 200 mil. Okay. Cool. Well, let me see if this runs. Okay, so we can do... You can put your hidden size one here. This is actually fine. And 256 was the best ultimately, right? So can I cut this down? Yeah. Doesn't OOM. Hey, convert. Okay, that runs. Yeah, I got LSTM 512 to be better on Neural MMO. That's the only spot where it's hard enough. Alright. Go grab a tiny box. Multi-GPU might look... If you can get anything to work on Neural MMO 3, I will be very impressed. It's quite hard. But maybe with your new stuff it will, man. Neural MMO 3 is the end where it's like, if you beat this, it's like, okay, you rock. Though, mind you, as soon as we beat Neural MMO 3, I have to disappear for 2 months to write Neural MMO 4. You won't stream its dev? Oh, no, I'll stream its dev, but, like, from all the other stuff, I mean. I have a lot of other things to do other than just write Neural MMO, right? Puffer is a game company. I don't know, we might be, man. We might be. Where this actually runs. Do we have a max on breakout? A max cost? Because it doesn't hurt for breakout, right? Hopefully I don't get rate limited by stupid Neptune. See. Okay. That's 6 sweeps. Trying to learn longer or faster without crashing. We should probably figure out the whole crashy thing. Snake reward? Why does it say snake reward? Ooh. Okay, policy loss. Cool. Hmm. I see. So I think this is actually going to be pretty related then, Kyung, since you've been doing architecture stuff. The main thing I've been doing lately on that is just the core cell, right? So whether we use an LSTM or like a Mingru or a Mamba layer. Technically, I could do LSTM. I could any of these I can make faster than we have now. But I'm gonna have to write kernels is all. So I get to just jam some GPU dev, you know? That's how it's gonna go. Leave this up here so I can watch it. Yeah, the perf target for Puffer 4 is 10 million steps per second, just flat, without even going to 16k Ms. I want 10 million steps per second. Yeah, but Kyung, the goal is... So basically, the goal is we move up the Puffer, like, update chain. Is gonna be that we have... Like, it's less important that we have the M's being heavily reward engineered. It's more important that we have curves like this, where it's like this clear, like, it takes quite a bit of compute to actually do well on the env. Because, like, mainly we're testing general enhancements, right? And, like, there's actually general curriculum stuff that I can apply across all envs that I have planned for probably Puffer 5. All things are in here that get 65k tiles is pretty nutty, to be fair. That would be pretty nutty. Yeah, that'll be pretty nutty. No, it's a fish. So I think then the plan is, if these run, you'll have 2048 at some point. And if these all run, then this should give us a pretty decent, at least preliminary indicator of which of these is any good, provided that we don't have dumb things happen. I'll keep monitoring them. And then I think that leaves me with, what, like, the whole rest of the day to do perf optimization. So that would probably be porting... It's probably the easiest thing is just for me to port Mingru. Since that one, like, that one I can get in BF16 without even writing kernels. I have 20-year-old Dell laptops with 1 gigabyte. Heh. You're gonna hate self-play, 40% SPS tank. It shouldn't be a 40% SPS tank, Jess. It should be a... like, roughly 10% SPS tank. But we'll see. Dude, those don't even run like modern drivers now, Convert. Sure. Look at all this spam. Funny. Breakout, Tetris. Grid is also very good. I don't know if you've played around with the Maze Env, Kyung, but it has configurable difficulty. And, it's like a very sparse env. It's a pretty good test. Has built-in curriculum. Spencer, that's the number. Yeah, no, that's not going to be for long. Okay, here's the plan. I've got a whole bunch of dev to do on this. So we're going to jam some... we're going to port Mingru to C++. We're going to jam dev on that. And then because that one doesn't have a cuDNN kernel, we can try BF16 on it. And hopefully that's enough to get us 10 mil. We'll see. Training curves seem to be weird. For Grid? Grid's been pretty consistent, man. At least when I've played with it. Curriculum 5. Jess, go look up Go Explore. Not exactly the same thing, but it's related ideas. Pretty much the idea is that The next set of algorithm improvements are going to be, will have to be enabled by changes to how we do simulation generally. It's not going to be like us doing super clever math. It's more so like we change the way we write sims in order to get better training data out of them. Okay. 3 quick sets of back, and then that will wake me up, and we will get some dev in. Be right back. What man with the white shirt? Who? Alright. Some good back training. It actually helps. Wakes me up, actually. If you do the right exercises. I haven't done mid rows in a while. They feel great. Like, I guess it's a low row. Yeah, it's a low row. Never mind. Still feels good. Okay. Our GPUs are still running. God damn it, man. Alright. Do this for a little bit. Oh, I did it twice. That's okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to make this code, like, much better. The C++ is just gross. Shitty language. Fundamentally irredeemable. Okay. Now we have to get this section. Should be very similar. I actually think that if I don't overcomplicate crap, it'll actually be way simpler if I just don't overcomplicate crap for no reason. Let's do this. Okay. Now we attempt to fix this. One, two, three, four. Hey, SPY, welcome. I do. But you're like not even a particularly advanced troll. So if you can't troll properly, you may as well sit down, shut up, and learn something. Cool dev, you know. This cool dev. Currently have a parallelizable recurrent architecture that I'm porting to C++. We're going to have bfloat 16. We're going to have custom kernels. A lot of stuff that's cool. You know? Because you've been too busy trolling. You listen, there'd actually, you'd have some idea of this by now. You hang out around here a lot, like enough time. Give me a project to make. Look, I have the content right here. Follow this. Has anybody PR'd Flappy Puff? I've given this to so many people. I don't know if anybody's actually PR'd it. Yeah, so somebody PR'd like just this version, which was like the really trivial version. But you could PR like the actual version of Flappy Bird. This is a reference even. Though probably not a particularly high quality one. Actually not bad. Guy didn't do a terrible job. Not bad. Mingrew. It is a minimized gated recurrent unit. Build lots of stuff. Can't not be programming for a month, though. That's ridiculous. Really? Wait, Min grew. This is a C++ism for sure. Oops. Definitely. Fuck. I hate this. Yeah, does this thing actually work though? It never does. Plus Y? Okay, I have not actually tried it on this machine before. I swear this shit never works, but here. So it would be plus Y. No provider. And then you do like this. Every single time I do this. And I have this as well. See? I guess it's plus equal. Okay. Let's see if I can get it to work in 5 minutes. No provider. That work? I don't know. I don't think that worked. It's the fact is it's not that I've just been too dumb to invest 5 minutes. It's that I've invested 5 minutes like 5 separate times and I've like on different machines and it never fucking works. Okay. Does not detect the OS clipboard then. I hate that we resort to LLMs for docs for shit that should exist now. Oh, there we go. Is it literally just xclip? Does this work over SSH? So this one doesn't work. I mean, it's like I feel myself getting more and more retarded every time I do shit like this. And like, look, now I have something that does not work over SSH as well. Yay. Like, how the hell do we need X11 for a clipboard? That makes no sense. External tool? This is bullshit. So basically all these are bullshit. Well, we get it half working. You know what? Since you're here, I'll try this. My gut tells me not to fuck with this, though. Oh, wait, no, this doesn't... Damn it. We get it working locally at least. I think the juice is not worth the squeeze on the rest of that. Stupid, man. It's like terminal dependent as well as the annoying thing. And now I completely forgot what the fuck I was doing. Okay. Yeah, I think I was just fighting this thing. I'm trying to get this to be 10 millisteps per second. Oh, right. Quen gave me some total bullshit answer, right? Why am I using Quen in the first place? Because this, watch. Where's it? Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, see, why does this fucking direct me back to this? Oh, yeah, right, this page. So this is what they're calling the docs. Like, it's a mess. This is like all auto-gen garbage. Does this not sound like, looks like it should work, but it doesn't. Is there some inheritance bullshit? I think so. Wait, is this a thing? Wait, what? How did this happen? Oh, it's just... So yeah, Quen gave me bullshit as expected. The objective. So I'm porting Mingru to the C++ version, and I'm also in the background, I'm running a bunch of experiments. So the candidates for Puffer 4 are keep LSTM, but write a custom kernel that actually works with BF16. Do Mingru, which is probably a simpler kernel and is fully parallelizable, but you have to stack a couple layers of it to make it as good, it seems so far. And then Mambo, which is hideously complicated and a lot slower, it seems. But who knows? I got one recommendation for it. I should just get an LSP. This one actually is worth doing. Where's the friggin' thing? Actually, this one has real docs. This one is actually worth doing real quick. So this will save me time right now if I do this. Or actually, I want the latest one for sure. Well, actually, I have a reason for it, which is that their Super Maven is getting deprecated, or is getting deleted by fucking Cursor, who bought it and killed it in a few weeks. I'm probably just not going to get another LM bullshit like thing in my editor. I'm probably just gonna go back to LSP. You know? Valid comment. This is fucking Lua. Oh wait, it's inline Lua, I'm dumb. Okay. Okay, that did something. Cool. We'll see how I like that. I've not used an LSP in at least a few years. Why is it telling me this is error? You wrote the last version of PufferLib in NeoVim without LSP? I have Super Maven for one-line autocomplete. But yeah. How do you check the source code quickly without an LSP? What do you mean? You just can jump around like this, right? Not like scrolling, but like, I don't know. Where is it? Puff advantage. You know? I like really lightweight tools. I honestly don't even want like a bunch of go to def, yada yada, like kind of just want like basic syntax shit. Well, actually, to be fair, the thing I want is to not be writing C++ and be writing C, but we can't have what we all want, now can we? What the heck happened here? Usual size of LSTM, 128 to 512. Usually 128 or 256. Okay, this is just like Python mixed with CPP. So that's not gonna work. I would need Torch to have a backend that, like, obviously there's CUDA C++, but, like, if Torch just had a pretty much minimal C backend. Yeah. I mean, it's way easier to not, like, fuck up syntax in C than C++. C++ just has so much bullshit. Some form of autocomplete is nice. But I could totally see a non-LLM one. I could see just, like, some basic heuristic thing that's linked to an LSP. Yeah, that's the other annoying thing, man. It's like they just start implementing shit in Python. Fuck Rust. No. Hell no. No redeeming qualities. I'm probably gonna start doing more GPU stuff soon. But guess what it's not gonna be? It's not gonna be fucking Triton. Um, it's not gonna be CuPyX or, like, any of the intermediate layers. It's just gonna be write some straight CUDA, because that's actually easier. Is there a language I don't hate? C. I don't hate C. C isn't perfect, but it's pretty damn good. The best programmer I know writes everything in Nim, which I haven't used, but it seems like okay. I'd have to try it. Zig seems like moderately okay. I don't really need a lot of the stuff that it provides, but it seems like okay-ish. Better than C++ at least. I actually don't hate Python if you use it for, like... If you use Python where Python is good, I don't hate it. I hate Python when you try to make everything Python, or when you have, like, big projects where you're mixing a ton of, like, extensions, and it just doesn't play nice at all. I don't have a use for Golang. It seems fine, but it's like too in the middle, right? Rust syntax is not chill at all. Rust forces you to completely change the way that you write code in order to prevent a class of bugs that is not even a problem. So no, fuck Rust. I don't want immutable everything by default either. I want mutable everything by default. Like, the functional dogma is just stupid. It's like, that's how you write slow code. Yeah. Like, basically, I just want, like, the simplest possible way to write performant code, right? Which C gets really damn close to. There are a few things I don't like in C. String processing in C is just terrible. There are a few points in C where it's like, why the hell does this compile? This should not be part of the language. Like, this should not be part of the spec that this compiles. You know, there are a few other things, but for the most part, I really like what I have. What is wrong with this? Why can't I call forward? Why not using a... Do you mean why am I not using assembly? Like, you memeing? Okay, so this is supposed to work just this way. Because you can't actually write, like, you cannot actually write large projects in a reasonable fashion with assembly. And no, the one counterexample of Roller Coaster Tycoon doesn't count. Oh, it is like this, isn't it? Are you kidding me? You have to do this? That's kind of awful. Okay. I didn't believe that. Well, yeah, but have you ever heard the phrase exception that proves the rule? You got any, you got any other candidates for, LSTM cell replacement? What do you mean so many hours on end? Really not that many hours. Can you only program for a maximum of 4 hours, like, ever on a good day when you have a new project that you're interested in? Or are you just, like, burnt out? The window manager thing really isn't a big deal. Look, I had a super tryhard setup in undergrad. It really doesn't matter that much. Pomodoro? What? Oh. I mean, like, do you have a good diet? Do you get sleep? Do you exercise? I can't even get 4 hours of programming if I'm, like, off of my schedule. If I'm, like, off, it basically I may as well just not do anything that day. Like, it's pretty brittle. disgusting C++. Whoever came up with that syntax needs to be shot. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay. Couple. Takes two top tensors. Outputs two tensors. Wrong signature. So I will say, this does feel shit. Like, the C++ API does not feel good to use. Like, when I say I enjoy C, I can actually build stuff very quickly and have pretty much, I know exactly what I'm doing at all times. This shit is just like guessing the black magic box because there's just a million things going on for no apparent reason. So, yeah. So what the hell is this? That's not a real error message. I do not have a bias with this. So bad. Oh yeah, I don't do that. I do get up to do sets occasionally, when I feel like it. Which I should do in a moment, actually. Oh, lovely. It's just a disgusting... Lovely. Yeah, okay, cool. Very nice, good job. Stupid. Home gym, servers, pretty much everything. I gotta go do a few back sets in a minute here. Compiles. Cool. Well, given that this actually compiles, that's perfect timing. Here's a restroom real quick. I'm gonna do a few back sets, get my coffee, and then we will attempt to get this thing running end to end. And it's not gonna be like crazy fast to start with, but it is going to let us get BF16. Um, and have some proper experiments without having screwy kernels to deal with. Yeah. I will be right back. Okay. I'm woken back up. Quick snack. Mm-hmm. So, we mostly do high performance sims for companies, and then we train agents on them as well. They're absolutely serious competitors, especially if the US is gonna fuck around as much as it is at the moment. Few finance people, Liberty, one animation thing, some core research, probably starting some stuff in games soon. We really don't have like specific covered areas. We do general purpose reinforcement learning, right? That's our whole thing. I'd like to do stuff in medical if there's the ability to build sims there. I mean, probably the problem I care most about overall is, at least in the medium term, is that, right? Aging and disease. What do you mean the US is fucking around right now? Bunch of giant companies. A lot of them are like fucking around with like this governance stuff, trying to like jockey for um, political position and like government support instead of actually doing the damn research correctly. We're leaving on the table like a ton of stuff. It's very myopic. It's very rat racy at the moment. Um, it's not very consolidated in the sense that you have a number of major players that are all kind of racing to do the exact same thing. A little of that is good, but too much of that really isn't. Um, what else? The actual threat of there being regulation, in part of because of like the companies fucking around lobbying for dumb stuff, whereas China's just not going to have any and is not going to care. Anthropic, I believe, had to pay a giant suit over books. That's just not going to happen in China because they don't give a shit. I do think that the Western approach is generally better on like breaking new ground in innovation, but that's not to say that there isn't plenty of it in China. And I think that China is generally much better at like once there is the like the core breakthrough is done, stacking all the incremental progress on top of it in order to make it really, really work well. They're just way better at that because they just have a ton of people and they work really hard. I don't know. There is definitely a lot of fucking about, and if you kind of want to like see that, if you just go to SF and talk to some of the people, they're just like the most out of touch, insufferable people you will ever meet. A good chunk of them, and a lot of that is defining the culture of a lot of these labs. Like OpenAI was decent about that, and then they got a bunch of crazies, and then the crazies left to do Anthropic, and then they got some more crazies, and now I have no idea. Anthropic's always been nutty. Um, X is crazy in the other direction, and they're also missing some stuff, but they're doing generally pretty well. But they're behind on a few core things. Facebook is just fucked. Microsoft is like a meme, and Google is generally doing Google things, which means like throwing 10 times as many people as you would reasonably need at a thing, but then getting it done as a result of like sheer force. Probably not in the most efficient way possible. Probably makes it a hell of a lot harder for individuals to do much there, but I don't know. Yeah, the pure just we're gonna outscale is like they found one. It's like one trick pony, right? No, EU has always just been giga fucked. I think like a couple companies like Mistral and whatever will probably do like AI for Europe or whatever, but they're not gonna lead. Europe has decided to be a backwater by virtue of their governance. Basically, the government overhead in getting shit done in the US, like compared to China, that gap times 10 is the EU. I think it's probably like if you're an average person without any particular ambitions, there are definitely parts of the EU that are a better place to live than in the US. But at the forefront, nah, you're just fucked. You get pounded down to the ground. How dare you try to do anything? Shitty culture. Or that, at least. Shitty culture for progress. What do here? Well, yeah, it's the regulation, but then, I mean, who's voting for it, right? Oh yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, Lucas. And many of them come here, right? Parties appoint all the representatives themselves. Well, then you can't really do anything but just get out of there. It's just late stage governance. Heck? Nah. This is not, I really try hard not to comment on anything political that's not directly, like, AI policy or whatever here. Because, like, you're just not going to change shit doing that, right? Like, the thing that you can do is just say, like, hey, by the way, here's some sci-fi tech. It exists now. It's everywhere. Anybody can run it and use it. So you're just going to have to deal with that. And you can't, you know, there's no possible way that you can screw that up. Yep, that's how the US goes. And it's still, like, it's still nowhere where it needs to be, right? Like, in my mind, in an ideal world, if you are a world-class scientist who's just, like, doing awesome research and outputting really cool work, money should just be falling out of the sky for you, right? There's still this huge gap to commercialization that's this very major impediment to progress. There's this major gap with, like, legal and regulation and other barriers in the way as well. But hey, it's better here than anywhere else, pretty much. With the exception of China having fewer barriers in some places and more in others. But, you know, that comes with a cost. The hell is this? I see. So the vibe, like the whole vibe projects thing, is simultaneously good and bad. So it's like it's a good thing that individuals can do more stuff. It's a bad thing that it seems like at least a very large chunk of people just use this shit as an excuse to not learn anything and to shift higher and higher into levels of abstraction, which basically guarantees like more and more inefficiency in anything that you build. The next Terrence Tao is not gonna be like, oh, I vibe coded a thing. Like, there's gonna be this very narrow period of time in which, like, you can do stuff like this and, oh, it's cool. And then after this, I think people are just gonna realize that if you don't know the underlying details, you simply have zero value over the AI, right? Because like the very stupid loop of you saying, no, not like that, do it this way, do it that way, Like, that's just going to be automated, and you will just have 0 value. Which is not a bad thing. That's the way it's always been. You know, 0 effort, 0 value. Interesting. Going lower level, mostly. Digging. Nah, it's just they haven't gotten the form factor right, and the models are too fucking stupid, right? Like, the thing is, this is going to be amazing for education if you want it. Once it needs to be a bit better, it's going to take a couple more gens of models, and then like there'd actually have to be somebody incentivized to package it that way instead of just like packaging stuff to make shit as lazy as possible. But like you could imagine having a model that is like me sitting, looking over your shoulder, and just like giving you feedback when you need it on stuff in real time, and like being able to just ask questions and have them answered like with full context, which is not the way it is now. The way it is now is much more like handholdy, do it for you, not like, you know, how do I be an effective teacher? And then there's also like there's just too much like stuff that isn't worth learning. It's like, oh, I'll let the LLM do it because it's not worth learning. Like this API, for instance, is dog shit. Like, but the correct sequence here should not be, well, LLM will do it for me. It should be what we just should have an API for like the most central thing in the entire field, like a low-level API that doesn't suck, right? And somehow we're in a state where there isn't one. Really? That's weird. Okay, I guess this was correct. Yeah, but this is different, dude. This is different. There's never been there's never been a credible attempt to automate intelligence itself. Like all these historical analogies are just stupid at this point. Like I don't think that because of language models, the state of the world is going to get to be like, oh, they're so much smarter, it's so complex, like people can't do anything. But it absolutely can get to the state of the world where it's just like a really, really big company where we've just like shit heaped on bad engineering and like nobody can actually go through it manually anymore. So like basically you could end up having like crucial projects that it would be, imagine you get the average Google engineer and you just get like 100 billion of them to build something. Like you get something like that where as an individual there's nothing you can ever do, even though maybe that same project could have been built at like a 10,000th of the scale and would just be better. So like the types of bad outcomes that I think about are pretty different from like the, oh, Hollywood doom AI, whatever. Like, a lot of the stuff that's just discussed is just so stupid. That's why I don't bother engaging with it, because it just attracts stupid people. It's way, way, way more effective to just like spend your time thinking about and building good low-level tech that just demonstrates, hey, at least this section of science is going to be carved out where things are simple, they are fast, they work, and there's no bloat on top of it. And now actually people can do stuff with it and understand it, right? It's not about education. Plenty of them are highly educated, they're just stupid. Or the education sucked. That's so obnoxious, GDB. Stupid print debugging. Where do you meet the most cracked engineers so far? Random places. Like, totally random places. Tell you shirt shit wasn't at Stanford or MIT. How the fuck could we never get that, dude? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Is this supposed to be concatenated this way? It looks like it. But that wouldn't make sense to me. Let's go look. Oh, well, this is totally wrong then. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's totally not clear whether LLMs do it, right? Alone. But, like, there can't possibly be something so special about the brain that you can't do it any other way. Like, no way. Okay, that's the wrong one, though. Really? You gotta be kidding me, right? Why is that crazy? It's saying this is correct. The fuck? Can evaluate? Let's see. Hmm. Oh. Fuck? All right. Yeah, there is really something deeply wrong with the way that these things are trained. Right? Maybe I'll go figure out what it is after I solve ORL. -1 dummy. It's actually correct. I mean, it depends who you are. For me, in the middle of nowhere, with a lot of land, and nobody bothering me. Got enough bloody stress and activity and shit as it is. Nice to be able to go run in the morning with just peace and quiet. Hmm. That can't possibly make sense, though, if you think about it. Hmm? Oh, 128 hard coded somewhere. Wait, it should work for both, though. Oh. I don't think so. I don't think it works that way. At this. Okay, so I figured this out. Okay. These are gonna get to be hidden. Gate. Ah, I see it. Hidden. Gate. How's this work? Aww. No, Lucas. I'd feel like an intro interview. And that says a lot more about the interview than anything else. Oh, is it not getting used? Interesting. Hmm. I understand. All is clear to me now. All is clear. We can make this work. Confident. Just gonna keep cranking till we get it. Zero. That's weird. No, it is getting called twice somehow. Oh, I know why. Yeah, okay, I know why. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, get a couple arm sets in, and we'll keep going for a little bit before dinner. Cables are great. I really never used to like cables. Then I got some. And, you know, it's a little different when you have your own. And you can kind of just screw around and experiment with them. And find good exercises. Really, really solid. I honestly use them more than my dumbbells now. It's kind of crazy. It's really nice dumbbells, but... Hmm. I see. Oh, it's 0 dim. Well, it shouldn't be this size. I really don't care, man, Lucas. Like, it's not the thing that excites me about AI. Like, oh, we robot Butler is not the thing that I get excited about. I want AI that tells us how we can reverse aging. And, like, not have disease be a thing that exists. And then also make us some other cool sci-fi shit, you know? Now, maybe we'll figure out room temperature superconductivity. Maybe we'll figure out some, like, crazy sci-fi era materials. Cool shit, you know? Well, isn't that depressing, man, right? That's just because we haven't made it cool enough yet. Use the cool shit against it. Depends, man. There's tech that's, like, asymmetrically centralized, and there's tech that's, like, asymmetrically decentralized. right? Hoverboard, kind of cool. 7 out of 10. Mm-hmm. That is also cool. You know? I don't know, the crack pop thing that is like super obvious to me, but that people still somehow debate me on is like, we should cure aging and disease. And like, we're gonna look back on the time before we do this as, oh, look, these cavemen actually fucking died? Are ya shitting me? It's gonna be one of those. This one I'm pretty confident on. Yeah, reverse aging, good. I see it. Mm-hmm. But the fact that this is considered wrong is like, by even anybody, is just so incredibly stupid. It's like, hey, you want to die of cancer? No. You want to die of heart disease? No. You want to die of aging? Oh, yeah, that sounds great. I guess you do kind of need this. It's fine. Oh, I wouldn't say... I never said anything about gene editing, though. That only solves it for new people. I want the problem to be solved for me, thank you very much. Who do I look like, Mother Teresa to you? Like, no, man. I don't know if it's RNA is the thing you have to edit. You have to, I think you have to edit a lot. Hmm. That's pretty cool. Okay, well that's got fucked up somehow. For this. All right, I gotta go in a few minutes, guys. I'll keep on this until then, but for folks watching, I stream pretty much all this dev. It's all open source. Really trying to just get RL to where it needs to be already. It's all super fast, all runs locally. It's a lot easier to get into than you'd think. And most of the ways to contribute don't involve the horrible things that you see me doing half the day. So if you're interested in that, puffer.ai, start the GitHub. It's free. It really, really helps more than you'd expect. Discord's where all the dev is. You can join this. You can also follow me on X. This is where educational content is and research as well. A lot of these M's are just built by contributors, and some of them ended up being really, really useful for research. So, yeah, if you can implement Tetris, you can advance the state of RL. That's pretty sweet. Back to this for a couple minutes. One B and hidden size. Hello, Spencer. Welcome to the Seventh Circle of Hell. Monday is better, or they interrupt my main work day. When's meeting? Well, as soon as the delivery is done, man, and we discuss a little bit. I will have my other one underway by then as well. I already sent them a draft for scoping. Well, I have to get. Yeah, he okayed the first milestone, but I have to do the scoping for the second one, and then there's some, agreement on that, and then we'll sign that separate, right? Actually, didn't we have the whole thing scoped? We scoped all three for them, right? So actually, yeah, it's a very short thing for the one you're doing. It's a very short thing for the one you're doing. I'm working on Mingru and Mamba at the moment. Like, we're getting it into CPP. We're going to get it with bfloat. We're going to hit 10 million steps per second. And I actually found a bug in my Mingru that was limiting its effectiveness. So I think we're actually going to be able to just crush. We'll see. How many work at PufferLib? Well, I mean, everything's through contracting, so at the moment, mostly just doing stuff with Spencer. We placed one other person. Oh, and then we have an intern for the summer. Well, pretty much what I do, man. Pretty much what I do. What happened here? Oh, dummy. Yeah, I gotta go in a minute here, folks. I think I might do an evening stream, we'll see. I think I should have like 2 or 3 hours to spare tonight for an evening stream, so that'd be nice. Get some more progress in. Well. Okay. Well, we're gonna finish this after dinner. I'll leave